走り炎の戦士を照らす飛び散れ筋肉ビーム勝利に向かって私は強い筋肉マン走る見事に心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight 私は強い筋肉マン走る見事に心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight
Alright folks, winter is coming upon Tassing. And we left off yesterday, getting some good material for the mural. We got the pre-Roman history, learned a little bit about the Roman history, and have just come back from receiving information on the history of the convent of Kersau. And also confirmation that it turns out that my guess that Andreas could have survived that night 18 years ago were absolutely true, because there's an artist who's been painting on the Dance Macabre over in the, what is it? Chapter house? In the chapter house of the burnt out abbey? So somebody's making use of the, of the tunnels of the aqueduct that we discovered in Andreas' time. The ghost that the nuns are seeing isn't Sister Gertrude, who stayed behind to be the thread puller now. Turns out it's Andreas, stealing art supplies from the convent workshop that nobody uses anymore. Maybe grabbing food. Or maybe I was thinking right. I was musing before that perhaps the thread puller was somebody who remained behind from the convent, from the abbey. Brother Wolfslaw still around, having defrocked and married Sister Matilda. Sister Gertrude is still around. So there's still people in town and in the abbey who were around 18 and 25 years ago. But what if it's Andreas having picked up the mantle? What if there was a thread puller who is now dead? And Andreas is a new thread puller taking up the mantle. The note we had received was a simple stop. A stop, as Dad wanted to make the mural about the peasant revolt 18 years ago. It could have been a stop. Those memories are too strong still. It could have been a stop. Someone's going to hurt you, and indeed someone did hurt Dad. But regardless, we got phase 2 of our mural to work on. It looks like we put 2 sheets up already. So if that's 2 sheets for the pre-Roman history, it's probably going to be 2 sheets here too. And then one final thing in the middle. How are we going to squeeze this all out? What's the centerpiece going to be? What have we decided? This piece is going to be on the right. Don't tell me Dad's dead. Dr. Stolz, we have spent an entire month on this so far, not even halfway through. Finish in time for Dad, you understand? It's taken longer than I've wanted. Have to get all my chores done too. Still think I should be painting the mural, Dr. Stolz. Rig the scaffolding sheets that enough air can flow through, that way the layers dry quickly. He doesn't respect my womanly cleverness. Early Christian history, post-Romans. Is this where I get to decide? And Saint Moritz, Saint Satia, and Our Lady of the Labyrinth receiving the Christian settlers. Show the history of how it happened. Paint Lady Kersau finding the abbey from the old Begfried. Paint the Bavarians settling among the Roman ruins, starting the Christian history of Tassing. So here's the thing, right? I want to include Ersa's family, and if we put in the early Bavarian settlers, that would count. That includes them, I'm sure. If I put in the saints receiving the Christian settlers are there, right? But then it's whether or not Kearsarge gets included. So for me it's down to Bavarians settling among the Roman ruins, or the Saints receiving the Christian settlers. So which would it be? The first one we did was the pagan founding with the wolf and whatnot. Let's do Maurice, Satya, and Our Lady of the Labyrinth. The three saints are important to the townsfolk, very important to the townsfolk, and is still showing the Bavarians settling the land. Saints is a central part of Tassing's identity and income, so they're gonna like that. Look better that she is. Drunk, get out of here. You're too drunk to be on the council, too drunk to talk to me. Let me do my job, Doctor. And how to portray the revolts. Verna would rather we not, I bet. We've been getting everybody's stories. Not everybody, but certain people have been telling us what happened, and she's got her own memory. Have you ever seen anybody lurking around the Abbey? Or heard about it? Good night, Dr. Stolz. Asshole. Like he's not gonna hear us whispering that. We're gonna write back to our friends? Jacob Essler. We've only seen him once. And Andreas left enough of an impression to send Brother Ferrant to his death. Given that it takes a couple of weeks for letters to go out and come back, I doubt that it's gonna come back before snowfall. The pass is gonna get snowed in. We'll have to wait until March to get any new word. In particular, anything about someone who writes notes to provoke the killer. See any evidence that might suggest there was some sort of larger conspiracy at work. Any reason to doubt the conclusions of the case. Any evidence of a larger conspiracy at work. But that doesn't exactly ask about the revolt, though. Meanwhile, here it's getting warm at night. I can't even use my blanket, I gotta drape it across one calf and one calf only. What I need to do is get myself a concrete slab and just sleep on that, because even a mattress retains too much heat, even if I don't use the sheets or blankets or anything. And it's only April. Was warmer im Winter? But at least Dad's still alive. He might survive November. I don't think it's the guilt of having been the man to strike him on the head. He's just a jerk. He wanted so much more in his life, and he's stuck in Tassing, and he thinks this is beneath him. Going to make it. Oh no, Magdalene. Klaus. Well, when Dad's gone, there's gonna be nothing else to tie her down to Tassing, so... She'll collect Susan, Martha, maybe Utz if he wants to come with, and off to go to Prague. No one else in Tassing has seen anything, but some of the nuns say they've seen ghosts. If it's the person who attacked my dad, I doubt it. I don't think Andreas would have killed, or tried to kill Klaus. Whoever it is, I'm sure they're not from Tassing. What do they want from me? Let's correlate the data. The nuns say they've seen ghosts. Almost finished. I got pagan history and Christian history. Still same day. Not skipping 100 years into the future yet. That's not good to bed, that's pickup thing. Later, she says, it is 8 at night. She's gonna leave the candle lit. It's gonna burn down the entire workshop. Night, Dad. I doubt there's anything around town, so... What's this? Is this a note for me? Warning me to lay off? It is. Cool off. For me directly this time, not just for Dad. Or they try to scare me. Wait for the right time. I was just gonna say, is there going to be a right time? Everyone's all worried about hinges, but nobody locks their doors in the first place. Unless they've gone to bed, then they lock it. Nobody goes home and locks the door behind them, they just leave it all unlocked. Haven't started yet, just made a decision what to make. I have to wonder what different types of themes you can make for the mural. Because the pagan pottery one is certainly scandalous with the human sacrifice, saying this is us. So I wonder if it's going to be much like the museum that you could assemble in House of Many Doors. And if one of the spectrums you could work between is between a very cursed and subversive museum, or in this case mural, and a very tame and public acceptance one. Convent Guard is still open at night. Been too preoccupied my father to think about it. Still thinking about it, quit pestering me. Preoccupied with caring for my father. That's all we get from her. Am I sure I don't want to become a nun? And if St. Maurice still here? Kept unlocked reliquary? What if he hangs to Smokey? Because Smokey's got a warm tent. And Smokey likes to gossip, but Smokey also keeps secrets. Not very well, mine. Alright, let's go to bed. Unless there's anybody in the church. Sister Emily? Is Sister Emily here? Sudden thought. What if a Protestant revolt is going to happen in Tassing, of all places? And by putting the saints, the Catholic saints, in the rat house, that guarantees it's going to burn. So now's not the right time to talk to Dad about the note. Very few times there's benefit to staying up late, but sometimes I don't see anything out in town that I could take advantage of. And so time skip begins from 21st November to when? December? Is it December already? December already. 3. 4. 4th December? Oh, we did get a letter. The passes aren't too frozen after all. And we got a sprite upgrade. We got a little mantle we're wearing now. Who we got? Is it gonna be the Archdeacon? It is the Archdeacon. Dang, man's living comfortably. Look at that. He's got many glass bottles and glasses. A globe. His own posh living quarters. A big desk. Retired archdeacons live nice. He's no longer Catholic even. So he's admitting there was conspiracy. And conspiracy behind the murder of the town carpenter as well, poor Otto. Oh, we're finally gonna get that because Father Matthias's death is weird. I think that there was some kind of conspiracy there too. Father Matthias was lenient on the town. The town loved him. The abbots loved him. The sisters loved him. He allowed books to be read. He allowed heretical thought. And, Ferenc might have succeeded him if it wasn't for the strict and greedy Father Gurnot. A serpent coiled in the heart of my community and may still be there. I gotta bother my neighbors about all this now. The snooping continues. It's okay though, it's winter, it's cold. Serpents are cold-blooded. So they'll be more docile when I poke at their nest. They haven't got the metabolic strength. More work to be done at the rat house, and also, I gotta snoop on everyone. 6th December, 7th December. Just going straight through. What about Miss Snoopin'? Am I gonna go the entire month of December? And then be like, oh wait, the Archdeacon said I should probably snoop on my neighbors. Oh, Dad's still holding on. He's still doing good. He might pull through after all. Partenlauf. Folk rituals celebrated around Christmas time, which townsfolk dress as Perkten and drive evil spirits from town to protect it for the coming new year. Yeah, but what's Dr. Stoll's going to do? Yell at him? Yell at me? Do you need anything? Stay home with you today? Do you need anything? She's going to come home and find him dead. Tell us, Dad. Tell us. There's not gonna be a later. Dad. You better have hot goss for us. I'm gonna come right back up once Oates is gone and get Dad's information. He's calling us Magdalene. He's staying respectful. For that, he gets the flirty response. Your cheeks have gone rather pink this morning. It's cute. Thank you, Oates. No need for pride. This is a very difficult time when the town's coming together to take care of her and her own. Thank you, Oates. I wish... What if they had Christmas Mass in the house? Maybe not everybody could fit upstairs, but we could fit everyone downstairs. And the hymns and the homilies can reach up to his floor. Bother them about their trauma of 18 years ago while they're preparing for Christmas. Clara, Ava, Boleslav and Matilda are still in Tassing. Yeah, but they were also there. And we haven't properly included Carousel in the mural. Dad said she helped bury everyone who died that night. Wonders if she can talk about it. She hates when anyone talks about the revolt. Will she talk about it though she buried everyone? The man who came to Tassing for the Baron Rothvogel's murder doesn't matter, but they're all connected. First, the man who came for the murder. What if all the deaths in Tassing are connected? I'll get to the bottom of this, Oates. There's something more to all this. Maybe you're right, just can't shake the feeling someone's following me. Oh, we lost respect, he called us mags! But first, Dad. He promised he was going to talk to us. Dad is not an objective, but Agnes is. The Gertners are. Golden Hand Inn has someone to talk to. Where's Matilda and Wolslav? Maybe they're unmarked objectives that are just wandering around town. Don't you just say hello, Magdalene. You said you were going to tell us. He's going to die before he tells us what he knows. Slavis is out and about this time. I guess nobody's outside when it's cold and snowing. Ava? Come on, Ava. You're an adult then. You got no stories for us? I'll bother all the adults. Where is everybody? I know the fields are covered in snow, and the animals are inside. But their doors are locked, and they never lock their doors. Mueller's door is unlocked. Paul is here. Paul was old enough to remember. Everybody's staying in, I think, since it's cold, but everyone's actually locked their doors. Okay, let's go to the Abbey. I want to talk to Sister Gertrude first. Maybe Gertie has memories of that night too. Actually, no. Snow in the mountains. Upper Abbey is too snowed in. We won't be able to visit the poor Clares. I didn't consider that I could interact with locks. I guess we could see old Smokey. I'm sure old Smokey has some memories of that night too. Any more theological debates, Václav? He's gonna be alright. Just take time. He's fully vocal despite how long it's been. He might pull through. He's not doing well. He's still talking. It's winter. It's around Christmas, so narratively this would be the best worst time for a death in the family. But he's still talking. He's with us. Merry Christmas. Do you want to come to the Christmas feast? Oh, these prejudices. Smokey's got no goss. Now I really have seen everything. Anybody making offering St. Sadia? No. Nobody is, and I can't go to the Mithraeum. Now that we know that's the Mithraeum. The old mine is fully snowed in. Alright. Who to go bother first then? No former nuns here. No father either. Where's everyone? Is everybody prepping the rat house? Kreutzers, nobody want to talk? I guess we could talk to the Gertners first then. Hey, York. Hey, Gret. Look at how happy Gret is. Gret is wonderful. And those are some nice masks. Full appreciation there. If that's alright. See? Just like Dad. Dad wanted to memorialize those who were lost. She wants to memorialize those who were lost. While I do some knitting. So Andreas is remembered as a peacekeeper. He also fanned some flames, though. He was very much on the side of, hey, you're squeezing the peasants. The peasants are right. Up in arms. Until the threat of Bavarian soldiers became tangible. Then, hey, let's not get too hasty. Maybe we can negotiate with the abbot. Okay. So if Prior Ferenc is discovered as a witch, people don't trust the abbey. That makes things worse. But my only other options are respected townsfolk or Sister Matilda, and nobody is going to like me if Sister Matilda dies. But the abbey already gave plenty of reason not to be trusted. They removed their rights to use the forts for any reason. They imposed too harsh taxes. The peasants were barely able to survive, let alone the townsfolk. Is that why though then? So maybe even if Brother Guy wasn't embezzling, the abbot lost his pride and his authority. So he probably still would have done some punitive stuff to put the dirty peasants in line. The old prior cursed the town. So it's our doing. I gotta find a better Patsy. But then again, I think this is a game where Andreas can make many, many choices with many, many consequences, but there are some things that are out of our hands. Because if it's one of the brothers that we end up damning as murderer, that erodes the trust between the peasants and the abbey. But if we sacrifice somebody from town or a peasant, then they're going to see that one of their own got sacrificed to save a brother. So that's probably still going to erode things. And there's still probably going to be major disrespect between the town and the peasants and the abbey. And so the abbot might still want to enforce too harsh punitive control. Hey, Gregory. Not so much illusion of choice, because there are some choices that do matter. There are very tangible changes. It's less an illusion and choices don't matter, and more you have your own things you could influence, but the world is big. It's bigger than one man. And so even if you make your choices with their tangible changes, you can't change everything. There's whole institutional and systemic harms going on through generations here for the peasants to be upset enough for Peter to torch the abbey. That's what I'm thinking. You do what you can, but you can't fix everything. And that seems to be not just a gameplay choice in the game, but a narrative one too. You're only one person, you try to do so much, but you can't fix it all. Especially since the title Tassing itself seems to be the central character here. But it is going well. I've been enjoying this game, and I think we might be coming up to some conclusion now that it's Christmas. And we're getting into the heart of all the conspiracies that's been going on for 25 years. Things are bad for the peasants. Was it worth all the loss? I thought the peasants stormed the abbey unprovoked. The Landsknechts had to be called in. Was it worth all the loss? The Lord and Peter. Peter, who's been working hard all of his life, and while the townsfolk did get concessions, the peasants got nothing. Things weren't going to change for him. Come on, Pete, put the torch down. They said to go right back to how it was before, but Peter didn't want it how it was before. The man was broken. It also doesn't help that I kept sacrificing brothers. For the first murder was Brother Farron. For the second murder was Brother Guy. But I wasn't able to get anything on anybody else. Even with how obvious Hannah and Leonard were, I wasn't able to crack Hannah enough to get her to implicate anything. You thought if the game was dragging on a bit at this point? So far, I'm enjoying it, even at this point, in this act. There's certainly plenty of time skips, so it's not been going every single day. But it definitely does feel as if it's trying to illuminate all the background mysteries, and it's making me wonder how much I could have solved at once in Acts 1 and 2. Also, everybody is so charming that I've been enjoying talking to them all, so even if it's dragging, I'm enjoying it just for the charm. Just for seeing what these ladies have to say as they sew their costumes. Why did all the peasants revolt anyway? So many people died. Must have known it wouldn't succeed. Like Clara said, they were pinched too hard. It was either die to the sword or die from starvation. What choice did they have? The story kind of grinds to a halt. I suppose I can see that. But for me, it's more of a shift. Like Andreas was deep in the thick of things, actively trying to manipulate stuff in C2. Whereas for Magdalene, a lot of it's picking up the pieces, be it the history of Tassing and Curacao or what exactly happened those 25 and 18 years ago. So it's less active meddling, more what on earth happened way back when I was a babe and before that. Dad always talks about his regrets, wanted to paint the mural. Could the revolt have succeeded if the townsfolk didn't pull away? No. No, we saw the Wikipedia article on the German peasant revolt. Absolute slaughter in the 6 digits. Why revolt? If so many people died, they must have known it wouldn't succeed. They saw what happened in Swabia. In your estimation, Gregory, it ends really strong? I'm hoping it does. That's something to look forward to if it does. And this definitely would have changed if my Andreas was more firebrand. I don't think the outcome would have changed, but saying that Ulrich and Andreas wanted peace probably would have been different. Oh, little Ursula was just a child back then, but she remembers that much enough to be angry at it. This is the first time I've seen Ursula swear. She was a little toddler the first time we saw her, and look at her now. Leonard died when she was just a little kid. And even she's got that much awareness and bitterness. It was unprovoked. People don't just shoot one another without cause, but it's Leonard. His cause was that the peasants and townsfolk were gross and beneath him. Even if Leonard doesn't have a landed title of nobility, he saw himself as the lord of the town. Okay, so Ulrich's gotta be a saint in this mural. That's gotta be central. They just had to take out both the voices of moderation. First Otto, then Ulrich. But they still have a lord. The abbey's gone. The poor Clares don't seem to enforce any sort of political clout over the town. They just rely on their charity to occupy the convent. And so they replaced the religious lord with a secular one. They still have restrictions of the forest, it's not as tight. Yeah, Ulrich. And Peter. Ursula, your dad is the reason why the soldiers put the sword to town. We got a killer. We got 2 murderers for 2 murders. All we had to do was let the abbot go to tell the soldiers, no, it's fine, I'm okay. And your dad had to burn the library. Will do. We'll portray him kindly, even if he was the spark that ignited the town. You did, thank you. Let you get back to work. Won't ask any further. Yes, I can work with what you said. The gratitude. You did, thank you. Dang, how many hours? 4 hours of knitting? The entire morning? With a name like Ill Peter, and Ill Peter being so old and decrepit, way back in Andreas' first act, I thought for sure that Ill Peter was like 2 feet in the grave already, and here he is. End of game, still holding on strong, still a curmudgeon. Making no friends with my cohorts. All the more reason to ditch this town and go to Prague, once the mural is done. Gret was sewing, so nobody's here. And still they leave their door unlocked. This town. How about Agnes? Agnes, Veronica, Brigitte. Making wreaths and garlands. Not well, honestly. Rather not talk about it today. It wasn't marked with the line when he told Václav. So he isn't doing well, even though he's still conscious, still talking? Like a month and a half or so into his head injury? Small favor to ask. Agnes, you're old. You remember things that happened in this town, right? It's a small favor. A small favor to open some old wounds. Won't have much good to say, but she will have stuff to say. That's good enough for me. Better off not helping, fine. If that means it won't take another 3 or 4 hours to just sit and chat. Let's start with us out. Otto's murder. No, but we do have a secondary objective of trying to link Otto's murder and the Baron's murder and this thread puller. Thought the Abbot of Khersa was acting in his rights. Oh, that's cool. The dialogue box moves around as she moves her head. Seems that the Abbot of Khersa wasn't on very good terms with Tassing. Thought there was an attempt to talk to the Abbot. Well, first, he wasn't on very good terms, that much is clear. Christmas hedgehog. I want to see a Christmas hedgehog made up in leaves now. Nobody else to nag. Agnes is a true mother. I like Agnes. But it's Christmas! Yeah, but they lost their patriarch. That's one less pair of hands to help in the farms and around the house. And Ava got married out. So that's 2 hands down. What have they got? Old Pete? Old ill Peter? The fool Andreas. That's okay, Agnes. You mean that affectionately, surely. Andreas Mahler, the artist, thought he was my dad's friend. Master Mahler, Dad said that none of that was his fault. Dad said Master Mahler made some mistakes, but he was seeking justice for everyone in town. Now that was Dad's friend, surely. No, we knew he held sway. I think because we didn't damn anybody in town. That is why the town loved us as much as they did. We had friends. We inexplicably had friends who would write to us to tell us about their family hardships. And I found Wolfslav in no places. I want to talk to him, but I don't know where he is. Did the revolt accomplish anything? Not exactly. Dad always says the townsfolk didn't stand with the peasants as long as they should have. Always heard that night was a slaughter. Why didn't anyone stop the peasants? As Dad says, the townies didn't stand with the peasants enough. Even if he's wrong. If only Pete didn't put the torch to the library, though, I'm pretty sure that the whole thing with Guy was that he was embezzling so much of the funds. But I guess it wouldn't make a big difference anyway, because the abbot was putting punitive charges on the town and peasants, so even if Brother Guy wasn't embezzling all that extra money coming in, that wouldn't have fixed the abbot's attitude. They did learn that the peasants or the townsfolk weren't happy with the abbey, but their solution to that was to just leave. Alright, we pushed you guys too far, lesson learned, we're out of here. But did the library seemed unnecessary? It was, but the guy was broken. If he was a burgher, he might have been satisfied with some of the concessions that the Duke was going to give. But as a peasant, he was going to get nothing. Would have just been, alright, you got blood for blood, now go back to the plow and stop complaining, pay your high taxes, your death tax, give us your best cows and coats. No fishing though, no gathering herbs or acorns or even sticks in the forest. The guy had nothing but his pains. Okay, if I don't tell the Archdeacon about his relationship to Matilda, maybe Wolfslav wouldn't have been so upset at Andreas 18 years ago or in the present. Exactly, he was pushed so far. He was pushed so far. What's his only choice? Stand down and go home, and he suffers. Or light it on fire, and he suffers. Guy was against 5 rocks all at once. Guy was buried. But things got better in the end, right? Even if people died? The revolt didn't totally fail, did it? The abbot and monks have left. They got back. and replace the nearby lord with some distant lord that shoots pigs in the forest if he catches them there. Perceived injustices. Agnes, try to lose points with me. Like with that pig in the forest, just because he sees us in the same screen as a pig, threatens us with a gun. Take it, it's ours. And warns us he'll shoot any pig in person he sees in here next time. That, I feel, is the theme of this game. You go through, make your choices, think you've done things for the better, hope you've saved something, but in the end, we end up here, on a cold, harsh winter with people gone. And those who remain picking up the pieces, living with those consequences. Thank you for sharing your story, or I see. Thank you for sharing your story. It also took time. How much? Not the entire day. Ah, it's already afternoon. It's already almost 5. Do I have time for everything else? Everything else for Act 3, we're able to do everything all in one day. So I should hope that's true here too. Agnes we spoke to. Clara we spoke to. Gathering at the Golden Hand. Okay. So that's probably where the brother and sister, now no longer brother and sister, are. Anybody in the north of town? Oh, they got something here now. Was that St. Moritz? So the left's still covered. Only one part of the right covered. So does that means I got space here for some? I thought that the revolt was gonna be in the middle. But I guess you're going pagan to Roman to Christian to revolt in the near present, and then unifying centerpiece. Maybe. If I had to guess, she's the artist. I just control her body, not her mind. Hey, Chillin' Chum. Check it in for a sec. Making sure my hinges aren't creaky and are up to code. Doctor's off drinking, I bet. Ciao, Nazio. Making sure I'm not getting too unhinged. Nah, it's fine. It's Christmas time. Who could be unhinged at Christmas? Spoke to them already. Church had nobody. Stopped by there first thing. And church is empty. Alright. See all who's at the Golden Hand. Maybe our musician friends are still in, but they wouldn't remember anything. Alright, chill. Thanks for stopping in. Well, Slav is here. Where's Matilda? I've seen him around, but no Matilda. Who's upstairs? Killian and Hannah. How are you finding Tassing's winter? How's your performances gone? How are you finding Tassing? You like it? The mountains of Bavaria nicer than the forests of Poland? Colder than Würzburg, but people are nice. Cool! Looking forward to the Christmas feast. Yes? Hey! We'll make a local out of him make a local out of him yet? Maybe marry him off to Artemis? There's always the next competition. I'm sure everyone will love it. Not often get musicians of your skill in Tassing. And Alexander? He remembers my name. Learning everyone's name during your stay. It's already a step up. Meister Singer. Members of a guild for lyric poets, composers, and singers of unaccompanied art songs. Dang, there's a guild for everything. There's always next year. He's got us to perform for, and still honing his craft. Here's next Christmas. That skill, that practice hasn't gone anywhere. You have an audience here, the people of Tassing. Opportunities to what? Win a contest. Is there a cash prize? Is that what he wants? Is it a position in the guild? Wants to move him. If that's all he wants, he's got the crowd here. He's got a very appreciative crowd here. I suppose it does. He wants to impress his senpai. My dad is also a teacher. His approval means a lot. Never thought about it. Making art's just what I do to help Dad, I suppose. Now we get it. Her background, she understands it. What little Kami's ears here? It's the lawn nights. Cheer up. Christmas is here. Christmas at an audience. Naturally. And that's it. Just hello, dot dot dot. I skipped to Yuta because I thought that Volslav was going to be the story bit, but I guess it's her instead. Fresh and brisk, for walks, colder than usual, glad to be indoors. Too damn cold, winter's never going to end. It's perfect for a walk, it's colder than usual, glad to be in with all of you guys. Tell me your stories. Oh, there's Matilda, didn't recognize her. Is that a euphemism, Sister Matilda? She was a catch back in her youth. There were several interested parties, including Big Jorg, with their eyes on her. Okay, this isn't a euphemism then, right? Go to make cookies. We help with this. We help with the knitting, but not with the wreaths. So no hard feelings between you two and the town? None of the town like you two, but is it vice versa? Is it mutual? Old Attic. Attic, who we gave medicine to, who was going to tell us about some kind of presents, but told us nothing. Want to honor everyone who fought in the revolt of the Rat House mural, want to portray the events truthfully in the mural. Trying to hear everyone's accounts of events. Talked to some others in town, but all the stories seem to conflict. Want to hear your perspectives so I can paint the mural. That's probably the in that I need. These two were in the Abbey. They probably don't have the fondest memories to respect those who fought and torched their livelihood down. Truth is a prickly word that not everybody likes. But how about your perspective? Surely, if I'm going to be putting this thing to ink, if I'm going to be putting paint to tempera, they might want their perspective in there. Come cut cookies! There is an achievement for cutting enough cookies for everybody that I saw in the achievements list. Cut cookies from the dough, set them aside so Simon can put them away. Well, we were expert woolers. We pulled and spun wool expertly enough for that achievement, so hopefully cookies will go just as well. A good number in a variety of shapes. Don't hesitate to change which cutter I use. So is the game here going to be try to fit all the cookies? Enough for the whole town. Could I... Okay, that's why I changed them around. Start with the hearts. I could rotate it to make it... Okay, alright. I wasn't sure if I could rotate it. That will be a big help. Did I cut already? Space to cut. Space to press. Space to press. F to select. Is it not in enough to press? I guess it wasn't in enough to press. Okay, alright, that's one. Now I got it, just wasn't high enough. That's just good enough. Okay. But how about... Could squeeze a diamond in. Something like that. Yeah. Enough for everyone in town. How many people are in town anyway? Ball? Ball's an easy shape to fit. In a variety of fun, exciting shapes. Look, I know there's a mystery to solve, but right now I'm cutting cookies. This is the more pressing matter. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. I don't know. Will this work? Not enough dough. No, not yet. No, 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 no. No, 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 it's not. No. Just because I pressed escape doesn't mean I was done. Could I keep going? Let me try again. Ah, from the beginning. Not where I left off. Come on, come on. That's okay. I'll be here all day if I gotta. It feels like the game's coming to a close, so if I could delay a little bit, that's fine by me. But I was so happy with the shapes that I had before. No. Could I? There we go. Not enough dough there? That is plenty of dough. Don't you go red on me. What do you mean, no dough? Push. See, if that's enough dough, then they had enough dough earlier too. There was no reason to complain. If only I could rotate it during this while moving it around. How many folks do we have in town? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 or so now? There. Right where I wanted it. Few more birds. 11 more diamonds. Got a goodly, even amount of everything else. No, can't put a diamond in there. Bird it is then. Get close to the edge. Get close to the bottom. Okay. Going to go for that enough cookies for everyone achievements. They are not fans of bottoms in this town, apparently. You could probably just do diamond, 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 and get a nice easy stack for everyone. But where's the diversity in that? That will fit. It is the most efficient to shapes, these Bavarian square cookies. Couple more rounders. How about some hearts? There's not enough hearts. There we go. Heart going up. Yeah. So I got diversity in. So if you just go for what shapes fit everything else. Getting tense here, running out of room. This couldn't make or break the game. And a circle. Can I fit one more circle? I can't fit one more circle, I don't think. Nah, circle's out. Hearts. Could maybe squeeze one more heart. Yeah. I think that's as good as I can do. There's no more space. Not even for a bird. Achievement! Cookie Master! I could also make more if I want. Well, this is plenty. I think that's good for now. Yeah, but the quid pro quo. I did the cookies, now you give me stories. Could things really have been talked out, or was it too late by then? My whole hope at the latter part of Act 2 was that if I gave up Guy, or made the abbot aware of Guy, and the embezzlement stopped, that the abbot wouldn't have reason to push down so hard, because I didn't know about his pride. I was thinking there was time for negotiations. Could things really have been talked out, or was it too late? Why didn't anyone listen? They were trained soldiers, they killed so many people. Did the abbot really think threatening you would work? Was it too late for talks? Oh, it's down to Otto being killed and Master Mahler doing his best. Did nothing but raise trouble every time. You're just saying that because he split you and Matilda up for a bit, but look at you two now. You could be together as much as you want. Nobody's saying that you can't anymore. Agnes said something similar. Clara said he always tried to help the peasants. Look, take a step back, brother. Who did this harm in the first place by pinching on the peasants more than he should have? And now you two are married. You're in town, you're living your secular life. Sounds like he did you guys a favor. Yeah, exactly. It's because of Andreas that you two chose to leave, and now you're happier for it. You're welcome. Wasn't the revolt justified? Would it have been best to leave the matter alone? Sounds like no one should have opposed the Abbey at all. We're not going to go that direction. Even if it's simply us as the interviewer asking questions to lead them to respond. Was it justified? Hans thinks it was. He keeps putting long black curly hairs in my drink. And what does the abbot do? Nothing. The soldiers were there in the abbey, could have talked to him. Didn't you say you just burned down the mill? Yeah, with 2 murderers. Or 1 murderer and an assumed murderer. The abbot ordered the Landsnecks to stop you? No one was supposed to burn the abbey down? Not even Father Gurno could have stopped them. I don't know about that. How hard did he try? We all fled. That's not trying very hard to stop them. How about we shift gears to other aspects? Matilda has nothing to say so far. Or little. Just we got married and we're happy. Of course, sorry, didn't mean to upset. Thank you for talking to me. Do my best on the mural. Officially evening, time to go back to bed. Probably no point writing letters since... Go to the commons. For Pertenlauf. I think before I do. Gonna put you guys back on these mountains. I'm gonna grab myself a BRB. If we're going to do a whole festivity coming right up. So give me a second, we'll get back to it. Okay. Party tonight? Christmas party tonight? Where's it happening? Commons? Commons. Of course it would be. No murders this time, I hope. The last time we had a party in the Commons. And Father Thomas not around, probably overseeing the festivities, cautioning moderation. Say hi to Dad first. Mister, I'll talk to you later about this, but then never talks to us later about this until it's too late. Holding up, Dad? Hello, Magdalena, let's talk about stuff, right? No? No, let's talk about stuff? Bill, Pete's got the dance in it. You don't know, Will Pete. Every time we gather in the Commons, somebody's going to die. Would have Miss Perkton law for the world, been so busy trying to fix a mural, lost track of time, truth be told. Rather be inside, nah. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Only comes once a year. She's shivering as she talks. Oh, so many people are shivering. Artemis is the bright saint? I don't know about that. Love the costumes though. Oh, they are so much fun. Oh, look at brave little Ulrich. Hands on his hip. Defying glare. As little Andreas hides but bears a smile. Only type of boys that'll follow you. These are all such good masks, but the second one's my favorite. Made of the Germanic goddess Perchta. Perchten are supernatural creatures similar to devils, follow Perchten the wild hunt. She says, but she's unfazed. Oh, little Andreas is scared, but he's smiling. It's okay, Hetty. Martin's gonna warm you up late. Not Martin, which is... No. Did she lose her husband? I think she did. Bright Saint, or what are the Perchtons? The Persian's so spooky, be the Bright Saint. Crown is a favorite part. Still want to be part of the procession, just like watching? Take center stage. If the council picks, it's probably not going to be us, though. Defying them all masculine-like. And clearly some favoritism, if Dad puts her on. I love little Ulrich's defiance. Little Ulrich is so brave. Takes a ride after his grandpa. Wish Dad could be here, yeah. Here my neck is standing up. This is so boring. You just said you never miss this for the world. Keep consistent. I don't think the old folk appreciate this tradition as much as when they were younger. Except for Il Peter. Il Peter's loving this. Il Peter loves seeing the old ways survive, even if under a new name and form. Oh, he's got the drink sent to him. He doesn't care anymore. He's lost his filter. Merry Christmas, Oops. Tipsy already. How irresponsible for the town council. Don't hog all the beer before I had some, you pig. Like the first bit, but not the ending so much. Otherwise, would be playful with it. Merry Christmas, Oops. Oh yeah, getting live music for this party? Hopefully they'll play Christborn on Christmas Day is my favorite. Did you forget Casimir's name again? Casimir's name, I did too. We're giving everyone nicknames tonight. Giving everyone nicknames. It's a secret. He's in his drinks enough to give nicknames and not enough to be suave. I can do two though. Big proper bounty this time. I'm using both sides of the table. I like how at the dinner in the Abbey, everyone's all on one side, kind of like an imitation of the Last Supper, but here in a more crowded peasant scene. Well, not fully peasant, but less glamorous. Everyone crowds over they can, foreground and back. Even the baby shushed up. Dang, he carries authority. Or at least Veronica does. Speech, speech! That's okay, we'll make a local Saint of Klaus, and he'll be in our hearts and spirit every year, every Christmas time. Good humors, but not in good health. We've been enjoying laughing at his drunken antics. From the town council, not to it. So what Werner needs to actually be capable as a doctor is to get the town fluffer to make sure he's properly motivated, that his ego is getting properly polished. Thank you all for entrusting me with this task. Done my best to honor Tassing's history. Only wish my father were here to celebrate his close completion with you all. Despite some doubts from the town council, time and a place. This is Christmas. We're all together. We're having fun. Thank you all. Thank the man's deep pockets. Seems like Big York's selling his role well. He had his doubts before, but he's winning this whole speech and everything. Which is probably getting him some prestige in the townsfolk's eyes. It's a bit late, Father. Everyone else is already eating. I see multiple plates. That guy's actively eating right now. Ah, never mind, he stopped. He stopped and he's paying attention. Always gotta have the last word, Magdalene. Temperature's a virtue, Father, and confession's a sacrament. We'll see you Sunday. Was it the whole point? There was a dirty room in the inns. Apollo, you've been eating actively this whole time. Don't you say, finally, let's eat. And out goes Father Thomas to commit some murders. Who's not in town right now? Smokey's not in town, Vaslav's not in town. Convent's not in town right now. Okay, what's my objectives? Objective is in the inn. Could I leave? What's my task? Be friendly, say hello to everyone. I can say hello to everyone. Who do I want to say hello to first? I can't leave! Father Thomas barred the door behind him! He's gonna torch the entire inn while we're in here. Just to keep this mural from being finished. And the truth of 18 years ago from getting out. Who doesn't love an excuse to drink? What if seeing everyone together in such high spirits? Can't remember the last time we had a celebration this big. Nice change of pace. It's nice seeing everyone. Nice spirits, all happy together, whatnot. He was happy enough. Seem hesitant tonight, Jorg? Maybe you should work on speaking in front of the people? He did well, I think, especially if he's not very practiced in it. That was a fine speech. Thank you for mentioning my father, Jorg. I'd be glad to know he was missed. Lovely speech, but thanks for mentioning Dad. Would make the least amount of people angry. That's one way to phrase it. Oh dear, smile awkwardly. That's one way to phrase it. A rattling cough cough is another way to phrase it. Well, if Rosie Abbott's fault, Peter did the right thing. I'm gonna stick by that. Now that she's heard everybody's side, I'm gonna make sure that she makes the right decision in what truth she internalizes. A lot of terrible things happen all at once, no one can shoulder all the blame themselves. Yeah, one person can, the Abbot. Now, Agnes was saying things just got worse, one more to replace with another. But York's saying there were tangible benefits, some things did improve. They got self-governance of a sort. And they actually have peasants on the council. Not all rat houses have that privilege. Well, the Lord himself is days away, but sometimes the Lord's man comes to the forest and threatens us with guns, so he's not completely separate from town. Choosing to live differently than their dad was brave. Think you and the rest of the council... I don't know about the rest of the council, up until that part. Werner's on the council. I'm not fluffing up Werner. But that's the whole point, isn't it? Without your revolt, wouldn't be able to give the twins a better life. Even though you disagree with Peter's actions, they'd be a better life for you, but that's the whole point, isn't it? There was a revolt, accidental revolt, but a revolt all the same, and now? And now? This table, this bounty? Your position on the council? Getting to inspect everyone's hinges once a year? In some horrible way. Man's like 300 years old. Let him humor himself to a picture. I'll get myself one later. I got other people to talk to. Except for Werner. Dr. Stolz could help himself. Well, about that, guess who cut them? All the songs. Be welcome to us, Lord Christ. Good Christian men rejoice. From heaven above to earth I come. I don't know these ones. These are too archaic for me. But not too unknown. To Warner Music Group, Sony Music Group, Universal. These songs might be older than dirt, but they'll still say, oh, this sounds like my performance actually. DMCA for you, please. Heaven above to earth I come. Sounds kind of like a rockin' ball. Let's still be welcome to us, Lord Christ. The dips to these songs. Do we get actual songs off?
In dulce jubilo, nun singet und seid froh. Unsers Herzens Wonne liegt in Praesepio und leuchtet als die Sonne, Matris in premio. Alpha es et O, Alpha es et O.
I love that drunken swaying. Oh, Smokey is here! Just not his guest.
O Jesu Parvule, nach dir ist mir so weh, tröst mir mein Gemüte, o puer Optime, durch alle deine Güte, o Princeps Gloriae, trae me poste, trae me poste.
Song's so good, spilling my tea everywhere. And let's say hello to you. You know, in a way, with all these murders and everything, the town really has improved. Not just the Abigail, but Leonard. The doctor's still here. Will a bit of light murder improve our doctor situation? Oh, little Andreas is shy. That's okay, Paul. I was also a shy kid. A lot of commotion tonight. Hello, Ulrich. Hello, Andreas. It's Still not used to addressing me, Miss Druckerine, yet? Hello, Ulrich. Hello, Andreas. Phenomenal. Good reminder, everything we still have. Needed to hear it. It's simple but not bad, liked it well enough. Someone had to say something, that was good. It was a good, important speech for the season. Since when? Since the revolt? I shouldn't speak of such sad times except for me going about asking everyone about it when they're trying to set up for festivities. Toast to better days then. Yeah, but it's an old Latin proverb your dad used to say, so I don't want to hear it. Fire's a test of gold, misery the proof of strong men. So maybe, for the mural, for the revolt part, some way to honor the lives lost, while also showing it as a piece of hope. The town going through the hero's journey, first it goes to the abyss and comes out triumphant. Things seem brighter for Tassing somehow. You mean how I painted the Rat House mural? Don't know about that, aside from church holidays, the past few months have felt bleak. Tassing does seem brighter. Not that we'll know, because we're ditching for Prague the first chance we get. Really? And it was their sacrifice to make it so like you kids paid the price for it? Hadn't thought of it that way. Wonder if we'd look at it, Anna, thank you, I don't know. Don't see how my dad's attack could be anything but evil. That is true. But we're talking about the town as a whole right now. Without an objective perspective, we could lose all hold of what we perceive as good or bad. That's a trick, though. There's no such thing as a purely objective perspective. Even in history, anthropology, the sciences, you're still coming at it from one perspective, from one lens. And the idea that there's some grand objectivity is kind of in itself a bludgeon. That's a wonderful way to look at it, Anna, thank you. I mean, heck, to be generous, that's why peer review exists, because nobody has that true, pure objectivity. Only the cosmos itself, as the universe, observes onto itself. But that is because it's a dead and not sterile, but it's an unsentient thing. It could observe with pure objectivity, because it is a thing that exists and has no further thoughts. Who else? Ava we could talk to. I see some dots up there. Hopefully they merged Werner in with Baltus, because otherwise I'm going to soft lock onto this game at this part without talking to Werner. Hello again. Oops. Decided to use my full name now? Does that mean he's sobering up again? A few times he has. When we're flirty, he actually respects us enough to use our full name. So it is the Saints in the middle. Mother Francisca kind of survived with the convent, to use a place as a reference. May have told Mother Francisca that I didn't want to become sisters so I could see inside. I finished that section now. The old abbey rooms are hard to climb through, but I want to paint it right. Alright. What's a bit of danger? That's just urban exploration. It wasn't for a snogging session. Why the hell would I bring you up? Or something. You alright, Agnes? You're sitting right there, no harm done? Agnes is sitting in silence and glaring as everybody else talks. I think so too. A shame he died without seeing what the town's become, yeah. Oh, did you think so? Wait. You propose that I marry your son. Oh god, I don't want to marry... Ugh. Wait, are you proposing I marry him right now? Okay, but how does Utz feel about Prague? Does he want to come on out east? Stare awkwardly. And back to Mags. What do we have here? Andrus and his beloved. with former brother and sister. Vana, do I gotta? I don't care if we're on the council. I'm just gonna pretend that all three of you are lumped into one. Everybody else is lumped by their group, so this is the Vana group, which really is a Balto group. So for playthrough 2, just have to not reveal their relationship. I had tapped the spacebar by accident that began to implicate Matilda and figured in for a penny. Well, in a great mood, I'm sure the cookies I made proved helpful with the girth as well. Magdalene, all he did was cut. And sure, that took some spatial relationship and planning. But that's all we did. We didn't make the dough, we didn't cook it, we just cut. You're all in a good mood. Better than the arguing. Isn't it only pretense? We come to celebrate Christ today to return to bickering tomorrow. Yeah, so we go back to the arguing after, but for now we're having fun. For now we're together. Darling, they could be open about their romance now. Where's the children, Matilda? Now that none of you have vows of chastity? I don't have... That's okay, I do. Salute. So not the day you found her, the day you were inspired to. That means the most important day for him was the day Andrea spoke to him. Do what I can, I'm already quite familiar with it. What's next for you happy couples? Yeah, any plan for children now that you left the Abbey? Now that you found your gal in Innsbruck? Too old for that, aww. Hope you all get whatever makes you happiest. Alright, saved my least favorite for last. Let's get this over with, Vana. How many miniature amphorae you're into already? Could I push him off the banister? If I do, nobody's going to see it. What's so merry? Because we celebrate the birth of Christ the Savior, friends and family coming together to feast, witnessing the Perchten Law. Friends and family, you know what those are, right, Werner? Clearly he does. And now Werner is going to be down one more friend. Then listen to him, Werner. You got the drinking part. Now where's the be merry? You two been fighting for years. Isn't right now the perfect time to resolve your disagreements? Be nosy. So you sit together at the same table, being angry, not talking to each other. Do we keep Natsuo and send Werner to Genoa? The fools here are still you two. That's a start. Do just like that. Good enough. Leave you to it. Go enjoy the feast. Is he asking me? We'll see. Why not? With such a handsome man, any girl delighted? Sure. Might not be Calabria, but Italian's still Italian. Oh, that sounds like more than dancing to me, Natsu. And that's everyone, so what's left? A final God bless us everyone, Merry Christmas roll credits. Big York. Oh, we just got a favor. We gotta run off to town and grab something. He wants to pull my ear a bit, make sure I don't scandalize the town and bring that days away lord a bit closer with swords. We didn't speak to Dad. Dad said he's gonna tell us about his note, what he knows. Maybe we could have incorporated Dad's designs. I'm sure he had sketches that we had to pick up in the first place. Now we get to choose. Honor what the peasants stood for. Show Otto giving a speech. Soldiers in the distance. Paint the peasants burning the abbey and the mill. And the lance next defending the monks. Very defiant. Show the aftermath of the revolt. Paint the ruined abbey, surrounded by everyone who died. And their families. Okay. So for me it's gotta be one or three. There's a bit of defiance here. Honor the peasants standing up. Otto and his speech. Defying the soldiers in the distance. Will that pass? Aftermath of the revolt, though, shows that it has happened. You can't deny that it has happened. Abbey is down. Everyone and their families present. What does that tell us artistically? That it has happened, but the town is still here. The town is moving on and growing still. Number 2 is definitely the most defiant. The burning of the abbey, the Landsknechts defending the monks. The peasants fight it against both the secular and spiritual authorities. Thing is though, the first one only honors Otto. And I'm sure Otto would be included with the dead and their families. So I think I'll go with 3. stir up grief. I suppose I could be taken as grief. Maybe I should have gone. No. I think it's fine. Even if Otto and his speech is the ideals. Is it too greedy, though? Is it too somber? I'm certain he is. He always is. Not again. Can't get the word no through his skull. I'm certain he is looking for me again. It's Christmas Eve. Dad promised he was going to talk to us about something. We've all had our parties, our togetherness. We're going to come home and Dad is going to be dead. Dead and cold for hours. It did not take us 4 hours to walk home. And that's just for the party. I was going to savor walking slow, and every time a game like this had you walking slow, something dramatic's about to happen. But if Sister Emily has something for us, every time she speaks, somebody dies. I enjoy seeing everyone feeling better about the future after all Tassing endured. What's the last autosave? 55 seconds ago, so it's too late to go back and try to make a more crazy auto-type mural. Oh well. Living with the decision. Enjoy seeing everyone feel better about the future, especially all Tassings endured. Something healing about coming together to celebrate Christmas. Nothing like a warm mug of beer and music to warm up the dark winter days. Don't you know that from your cell, Anchorus? First one. It's all the same anyway. You know, this is actually kind of inspiring. I think if I had, like, huge fuck-off rich money, I might do the opposite of how people travel to, you know, snowbirds, right? If it gets cold where they are, they travel south where it's warmer. I might do the opposite. When it gets summer in the northern hemisphere, go to the south where it's still winter and flee the heat. Who's who? Is it the man who's been chasing after me? Oh no, don't tell me he's gonna finish off Dad. Oh no, Dad. Oh no, Dad. If the door's open and lights are on, if it was someone who went to finish off Dad, they wouldn't just stand outside and have me watch them. Oh, he's okay. He's alright. No dramatic death after all on Christmas. Somebody was standing near the house and the door was open. So, Dad, are we going to talk? You promised we'd talk earlier, but you never did. Now it's only got Clara taking care of the house and him now. Various townsfolks giving us their extras. Want to finish it before Christmas, if not before Christmas. It's important to you. Still young, Dad, I don't get tired as quickly. It's important to you, Dad. I want to finish it for you. That's not true. You a doctor, I know. That's not true, Dad. Come on, you could hold on. Like Baltus's clock, so all I gotta do is find the key, twist it up, get you all sprung up again. If that's what it comes down to, Maggie, I'm sure that he's seen all you're capable growing up, with nothing but pride in his eyes. You know he is. Yes, he already is. Mom was the artist, don't say that. They were both artists. And up until his head injury, he was the most capable artist in town. I'm trying. Well, that just means if he's gone by the time spring rolls around and the passes open up, we hadn't meant to visit Esther, so bye, Tassing. Oh no, we're gonna go downstairs. Grab him some pottage and some sheep's milk cheese. We're gonna come back upstairs. Oh, come on, Spectre. The guy's already old. This better be goodbyes. There's no need to finish him off. And don't think I don't recognize that beard, Andreas. Oh, now we get Andreas's options back again. Trying to keep Magdalene safe by throwing rocks at her in the mine. Think so. These days the miners have cracked it apart. Thought I could stop all this. Then try to keep Magdalene safe. And... And... I can't quite tell. I assume the door's open, but it could be slightly closed, and so she might not see what's in here. What if it's fully open, and she doesn't see Andreas, and he is actually a ghost, and not just using the aqueduct beneath the abbey and the convent to get around? No, she sees him. Not a ghost after all, then. At least pretend to act surprised, folks. Earliest memories of running into burning library. You're to kill my father. To kill me! Okay, so the person who attacked Dad was some other party. The Red Pillar is still at large. And here I thought that his Abbey hideout was partially because the Abbey's got everything. It's got huge gardens. Maybe some animals might have remained, but I guess animal sounds and whatnot might have been suspicious. But still, the huge gardens? The squirrels that sneak in now and again? Caspar was there in the doorway. So if Caspar pulled you into the crypt, wouldn't have Caspar also been okay then? Yeah, but is he going to listen? He adored us too well. Maybe if I was cruel to Caspar and got him to hate us, he would have really left. Or maybe he would have stayed anyway, because the boy sticks by his master. What if he never took Caspar into the crypt, though? I'm sure it's possible to have gone through the entire Act 1 without discovering the secret tunnel in the crypt. And to go through all of Act 2 without taking Caspar there and not talking to the monks in the first place. I'm sure it's possible. And then went back. Oh, don't tell me that Caspar went after books too. What if Caspar is some other specter? What if we got two specters running around? And they just never bump into each other? Or what if Caspar pulled him out of the library into the crypt, And then after that really did leave to Salzburg, and because he's here, hiding out in the woods, in the ruins for 18 years, he just never received word. Why follow me? Thought you tried to kill me? You painted over the dance of death in the Abbey? Did you leave us those notes with the purple writing? Ah, an ah of recognition? Given that his only warnings were stop, just stop. It seems reasonable that he was taking inspiration from the thread puller and just giving purple inked gothic script stops without the actual danger that goes with the warning. Different occult hands. Who's it going to be? Is it Father Thomas all along? Everyone's confessor, who doesn't want me digging up pagan histories and disrupting the status quo. Just like a pentiment, and it's only when the paint starts to fade you can see what's beneath. For generations. So somebody wants a secret safe for generations. So not Thomas then. Because Thomas's only ploy would be, don't bring the Duke's men into here. Don't replace our saintly saints with pagan worship. Klaus knows about the thread puller too. That they traveled through the aqueducts sitting Tassing and Carousel was a pretty big reason why I wanted to believe that it was somebody related to the Abbey or to the convent. And of the factions in town that are still around, Sister Gertrude's still here, Volstall's still around. In the old city. Further ruins beneath town? The ancient Roman temple. Wouldn't that be the Mithraeum? To the right of Satya Shrine. Because I'm pretty sure that the features of that ruin to the right of Satya Shrine resembled... What was it, a sketch of the Mithraeum? Well, if he's gonna show us, maybe I was wrong about where the Mithraeum was. Maybe it wasn't to the Satya Shrine. Dad? And so begins a classic 90s adventure game action segment with clunky combat. Under the rat house after all. I figured if it wasn't Satya Shrine, would have been fitting. Because on the sketch, right, the fort is here, the town is here, the aqueduct's there, and there's a Mithraeum under like a little curved thing. That is why I didn't suspect Satya's Shrine at first, until the sketch. It kind of was similar to those ruins to the right of Satya's. But given the shape of the hill over it, figured maybe under the Mueller house and mill, but also might be pretty fitting if the rat house and the ruins of where the rat house were, by coincidence, were the Mithraeum's ruins. Are you alright? He's been hiding and foraging for 18 years. Ratskeller. That pickaxe stands out, but I can't take it yet. See the crack in the wall? And then the pickaxe. Cornelius iret balneo et complet sextum gradum in Mithreo. Then smash. The Lara Croft style of archaeology. What is wrong with you? Warning would have been nice. It was pretty obvious wall had to go down. Aqueduct that carried water to baths, so maybe Mithraeum. You believe it? You've already smashed a hole to the wall, might as well look. And if anybody asks, it was rats. We got really big rats in the rat house. Just grabbing one unlit lantern, no oil. Nothing to the left. Always gotta check. Bathhouse, or what's ahead? Blockage. Oh, they could have been close then. That's right, he found something that felt wrong. Andreas, buddy, took as much care as he possibly could. Can't do anything about that now. And for all he knows, maybe he did survive. All he had to say was he dragged him into the crypt, then went back out and never saw him again. Because he went back to Salzburg, saved his master, then left vamoosed, high-headed out of there. Just like Yakuza 3, we never hear about Rikyo again. because he's alive. There's no reason to mourn the living. If it's buried forever, then the thread puller can't use this as a base of operations either. Something just lost to time, maybe? Oh, is that it? Just that's it? How about down here? Oh, there's a way down here. Secret hidden way. Splitting up the party. Well, it could be towards the den of the thread puller. I don't know about this, Magdalene. Andreas is about to die a second time. Who am I playing as? Andreas this time. And away we go. Oh, I can't leave her be. Lauren, shut up, you're dead. Why have you got shaky screen? Is it a pounding headache of Andreas's? His heart pounding at anxiety? Who's gonna be next? Caspar! Send me back into the flames. That's a detail you left out, Andreas. You said he went in and disappeared. Did you, in your stupor, shout, Caspar, please, more books, save more books, and then he was gone. Oh, there's a noise there. That's not just his anxiety shaking the screen. That's somebody else doing something in here. Oh. Oh. Melancholia, who's your friend? That's not St. Grobius. Would you believe, Andreas? The inner parts of your psyche was in Mithraeum all along. The thread puller was inside you. What is this, a self-destruction? You're leaving? The last vestige of reason. I'm going to leave reason forever. Andreas has not been handling his depression very well. Abandoned reason for good. Back the way you came, turn around. Back the way it came did not work. I can't leave the center of the... Oh, I'm going along the wall! Oh, I got to stop running away from my problems. Is that you, Sabine? Look, at least she got to inherit all of his wealth and estate. Ran out of things to say, everything fell apart. You reminded me of a gust. Everything fell apart. Didn't know how to put it back together. Back together with a great big hole in the middle. I do too. He's a man of many miseries. Maybe if he goes back to Nuremberg, if he's willing to see who she's remarried into, possibly somebody with an eye on her newfound wealth. Or never get in real life. Andreas, it's fantasy. Don't get gripped by the fantasy again. No, Master, I didn't. I went off to Salzburg just like you told me to. Deeper into despair, Andreas. Yeah, but Agnes is still sore, Volslav is still sore. That lot of good that's helping you with now, Kaspar. Oh, what's that? There's a blink. Did it shift on me? Is there some other path? It's trying to keep me in the abyssal pelagic zone, where there's safety from X something or others. Through the wall. Through the wall. I can't keep going through the wall. There's a connection there. If I go all the way back to... It's gonna disappear on me again, though. I know for a fact it's gonna disappear on me again. Little August. Are you going to speak to me now, son? You used to speak before the plague, I'm sure. No, Augustus is going to speak. He finally speaks! Finally speaks for forgiveness! Forgiveness from surrogate son and biological son. But what about you and Kaspar? And Mom too, I guess. Mom's fine. But it's so hard to let you go, son. The good night that he was waiting for, he's finally got it. Balls, these walls. If these manifestations of my past life weren't always popping in, make me feel sad. How do I get there? That's back where I came from. Yeah, my mind, my maze, to just hop on over, build some new walls around yourself. Wait, no, not like that. Did I make this? Why are you holding the maze? More pentiments to scratch below the surface? As the world falls down, not just to here. So wait. This is a Mithraeum, hence the Mithras, it is Phrygian hat, slaying the bull with all the proper iconography. But then who are you, miss, holding on to the helmet? Or is this all the history in one? The Roman history. A Marian figure holding a Mars helmet. Is it every time someone thinks they found the spring? Only I don't see here, because I don't see the pre-Roman stuff. So I guess the labyrinth then could have been a representation of somebody's memory of what was here way back when? No way, Sister Emily. Yeah, she's got a hole in the ground. That hole doesn't go all the way down here. I thought that was a statue. She's not moving. That's a statue, not Sister Emily. It is Sister... What? That's not a statue? That's not a Marian statue? Okay, he's just losing it. Your mind's completely going, Andreas. You're mixing up so many paints together. Oh, my tea's out. In spirit, she says, she's in your mind. You've replaced one protective, womanly figure with another. Is this real? Am I finally experiencing that which I've only read about in testimonies of mystics? Magdalene could see her too? Or is she just responding to the utterings of the old man next to her? And she can't see anything apart from the physical structures here. No, she sees her too. Where the Lord sends my spirit to do his will. Don't tell me that Sister Amelie, with her education, has the Gothic typeset in her font space and has been sending out notes. But she's stuck in her cell though, so who sends out the notes for her? Father Thomas? Maybe she gets visions and she relays it to Thomas and Thomas puts it to pen and says where to go? I'm going to accept that there's some mysticism going on, but my assumption is that otherwise this world is fairly grounded into reality, that people don't just teleport. This isn't my spirit I walked here through the aqueduct? Is this a Mithraeum? This is the Mithraeum first, yeah, I could tell that myself. What do you mean the Lord's will brought us here? Are we going to become the next generation thread pullers? Somebody always called to this place. Is that your way of saying there's a trapdoor in your grave or a staircase down? Impossible for us to reach this place, deliver messages? How? Bend her body as she bends her soul. So she does have some tunnel beneath her grave then. And she's got some gift of contortion. And that's why Andreas saw the spectre dance it about, but was never able to follow it. Because it requires a bit more flexibility than he's got. So she's not just the anchoress. She's a secret ninja that nobody suspects because she can never lead. Except she can. Given up the pen forever, it's her script. So this purple Gothic script Yes. To receive visions of everybody else's secrets and wrongdoing, and then sneak off at night through the aqueduct tunnels, through bending and contorting through very narrow gaps, like some kind of spelunker, to deliver threats and warnings that would drive people into scotastic terrorism. Father Thomas explained it, huh? So Father Thomas is culpable. So Father Thomas does play a hand then. He isn't just a bystander to this. I'm still fairly certain that among our suspects, somebody did the killing. What she does is she gives them reason to fear and reason to act. So the mystery of who the mastermind is one we can never solve until we find this place, I guess. But I think it's still possible to get a good assumption of who did what. Like how Martin had the most damning note that told him exactly where to be when Otto died. That points pretty heavily to Otto. Guy was embezzling, but might not have been driven to murder. And Leonard and Hannah are also a very suspicious party. If only I was able to get more out of them. So you might be able, on a case-by-case basis, actually find who did what at that time. Just not the mastermind. But it seems a lot more of it is less who did the actual thing and who are you willing to sacrifice to make things not so bad for everybody else. Nobody's been keeping Sister Emily up on the news. I'm sorry to tell you this, Sister Emily, but every time you put one of those notes out, somebody dies. That's what's happened, sister. You wrote those notes. You can have your crisis of faith, but that's exactly what's happened. When you tell Martin he knows your secret, he's going to be exactly at this place at this time. This can't be happening. May the rats eat out your eyes. Dead. Yeah, Father Thomas knows this place too, the true thread puller. He's got his own door. You knew about this place. You and Sister Emily were behind all the murders. Poor Emily, though, I don't think... She seems pretty sincere in that she didn't realize what was going on. I guess she just gets visions, puts them to pen, consults with Father Thomas, and then Father Thomas goes out and plants them, I guess. Abused her love and her trust for your purposes. Right here, right now, old Roman ruins, popular legionnaires overseas. Otto did say he found St. Moritz's head. I was wondering if I misread that, or if it was a typo that I didn't see the correction on. But if he found the head says Mars. The head is the Roman origin of it. But that's not anything too surprising. We already knew that there was a Roman myth very similar to the St. Moritz myth. Is he just worried that a pre-Christian, pagan origin for the town was similar to the Christian myths of the town's origin? Because that's known. That's public knowledge. The old folks talked about it. The learned folks talked about it. So St. Moritz and St. Septia are Mars and Diana. It's not the first time. This guy's gotta leave town more often. The saints are the gods. And so why couldn't it be? I don't see the big deal here. That's like the big revelation of Yakuza 6. Like, that's it? That's really it? The Historia Tassing that he refused to read for me. The very reason he refused to read for me. Is that why the Baron had to die? Not for any other reason, like Sister Matilda was attacked by Hippopore and everything else. But solely because he was bringing a book that knew the old town history. Father Matthias also had a copy. Father Matthias was learned, and then Father Matthias died. Died of poison and no one suspected? Quite subtle, you killed someone? Hold on. Who's Father Matthias? It's okay, I got your history for you. But again, that's just how saintly stories are. That's why you got, like, any given saint has 3 heads and 15 fingers. And how many other redundant relics are scattered all throughout Europe? So how about this? Under the guise of restoration, you take down the old shoes and you put up a proper statue to Saint Moritz, and then you got no scandal. Why does it matter if they were wrong if the saints weren't there? That was worth killing the abbot, most importantly. Again, Father, every other redundant relic throughout Europe. Is there a way to see? Is there like a list of who's got how many fingers? Counterfeits, an absence of very real ways of assessing authenticity, relic collectors became prey to unscrupulous. High price forgeries. Classifications of the Catholic Church, first-class relics, directly associated with events in Christ's life, second-class relics, item that the saint owned or frequently used, third-class relics, any object in contact with the first or second-class relic. I can't be bothered. Either way, Tassing isn't unique in this regard. So you're gonna build it up on a lie, not just, oh, I'm so sorry, your hopes were misplaced. But it's okay, we could guide you back to the true light. And it's likely to worship the saint anyway. You pray to the saint for interdiction to the Lord. So, ideally, Padre, you're kind of hoping the prayers go the right direction regardless. Always told us we have to accept Christ for our own free will. You have so little faith in ordinary people, Father Thomas. In faith in God, but not in people. And you don't need Saint Moritz or Saint Satia for that. Truly? Truly, Father Thomas? With this beauty of the Lord's splendor all around you in the valleys and the creeks? And the people celebrating together? I think he's projecting. I think that he must have lost his own way. And he's probably thinking that if he could feel so low. Or a peasant in Tassing could stand at the field, look over valley and say, "Oh my goodness, God's works are glorious." He's all hung up on a couple of obscure saints. Okay, now I gotta go back and scrub those saints off the central part of my mural. So many people have died. He was a match in that peasant's revolt. So much of it was based off the abbot's cruelty and greed. What if Otto hadn't died? That powdered keg would not have erupted. Was Magdalene going to have to die? Because Magdalene also has a copy now. He knows Magdalene has a copy. In retrospect. Okay. So we're not the only ones who make rash decisions with consequences throughout history. The sentiment did prevent you from doing it again, just like the sentiment of Andreas mucking things up in Act 1 did not prevent him from mucking up again in Act 2. Where's the "we're not so different after all" speech? You didn't give any concern for the peasants in the first place. You thought it was no big deal. You simply thought it was unchristian of them to complain about their toil. They should get back to work. Of course he wouldn't have thought about how much they actually cared about their own lives. You have a difficult time reading people, Father. Whoops. He did say that he found St. Moritz's head. And he did say that the only people who knew about it were the people who needed to know. Which clearly includes Father Thomas now. Fittingly named after all, Doubting Thomas. This is Magdalene. Magdalene didn't have Otto tell her directly that he found the head. Something of our pagan ancestors? None of those are right. It's the head of Moritz. The head of Mars. We call those end transforms when the cited artifacts are disrupted and changed by the natural processes. He should have avoided. Should have brought it to his speech the day and not wait for the next after. That could be rubbed off, though. You could polish the Mars patter off. Maybe, accidentally damage the visor on the helmet. Just take a chisel to it. Oh, does it turn out that every single person we could put to death was wrong after all then, and all the murders were him. Okay, so next time, totally tossing Hannah and Leonard to the wolves. So Martin was a red herring. I thought that was suspicious after all, that Martin, his note said exactly where Otto died and when. Well, there's nothing else on Martin to implicate him. Which makes me think that Father Thomas really, really, really wanted Martin to take the fall. I'm sure he knew his secret. Everybody wanted Martin to take the dive. Everyone who wasn't on team blamed the abbots. Or scholastic terrorism. Send all the notes, hoping one of them would. I've been next to you my whole life, how could you? None of it was easy, he just keeps accidentally falling into murder and stochastic terrorism. Since Dad's gonna die anyway, and we've already got his approval, I am redoing the entire mural. I am scrubbing off those saints, going full pagan history, Bavarian Christian settlers, glorify Otto since apparently just putting the people lost is too sad and dismal. You tried to scare him by giving him a brain injury. It's 2 against 1. We tackle him now. What's he going to do? Use his crucifix against us? We tackle him down, drag him up. Tassing is actually going to get the correct murder for the crimes this time. This place hasn't flooded once before. Has he already set off bombs? And this entire thing's going to go under with us in it. Father, Sister Emily is right there. You're gonna bring this whole thing down to the both of you. Father Thomas, stop! We know where it is so we can excavate. There's plenty of burly men in town. Okay, and while Andreas grabs Sister Emily, Magdalene is gonna grab that Mars Pater head. This is suicide. You can't stop people learning the truth. You'd really kill yourself and destroy the church to hide this secret. Is this under the church? Is it that the Mithraeum isn't fortuitously buried into the rat house? That's just the aqueduct tunnel to the baths. And the Mithraeum itself is under the church of all things. Lady of the Labyrinth could be directly underneath. Well, we're all going in now. Oh, didn't grab the head, Magdalene. That's some very accommodating rubble. Fine, thank you. Think so. How was Sister Amelie? Entire church collapsing. What an awful way to end a beautiful Christmas night. The hopes they heard it all. The truth. We're telling the absolute truth. So I get one final choice of what to tell them. Why not just tell them the truth? Well, the funny thing about that is, we're not Father Thomas. Reward what he did, all the people you hurt, can't be serious. Explain. It's their connection to their self. They could keep on venerating Saint Moritz and Saint Sadia, but with the newfound understanding that, oh my goodness, you guys, your history here is so old. So we break their faith. We've already had Lutherans and Protestants and Reformations going about. It's a bit too late for that. He's wrong. People here have enough faith to hear the truth. And the saints are already on the mural. I can't scrub that off. It's already part of the town's history. It's a part of the town's history as much as the Romans were. And no actual confirmation on who did what killings. So I think ultimately the specifics of who exactly killed who doesn't really matter. Everybody's got motive. Everybody with the note had motive and reason to kill. Anybody could have been that lone wolf killer. I don't know how to feel about that, because it really does kind of reduce the equation to whose life is more valuable to Tassing and Curacao. Who would cause the least upset for Andreas and Magdalene later? If you want to look at it that way, you might not care at all, and just go for the truth or what you think is the truth. Consequences be damned. But I guess narratively it also means there's no real, like, haha, you got it wrong, feel bad, you sent a guilty man to the gallows. There's certainly ambiguity. Like, I'm absolutely certain that Brother Ferenc did not do it. There's no way. He buried his tools the day before the murder happened, so it absolutely cannot be him. So some of them are more ambiguous, some of them are clear red herrings that I think could be safely excluded. But apart from Father Thomas attacked Klaus, you don't get the well done or you're wrong. Hate that doing the right thing feels so awful. We'll tell them the truth, finish our mural, and then we're leaving for Prague. Merry Christmas, Andreas. His first pleasant encounter in 18 years. You dead yet, Dad? He's not dead yet. Have we got news for you? You think I wouldn't? Andreas, Sister Emily, all made it back. To think, the church and everything else was held up by one mostly rotten pillar. That thing was gonna go down anyway. Our neighbors probably think the world is ending. In some ways, their world is going to end. It could be better. Started in the rat house, in the rat skeller. Think Andreas might still be a little crazy, Dad. Swung a mattock right past my head with no warning. Pretty sure he sees things sometimes. Barnaby gave her a book in childhood with more Latin in it. Andreas got separated from me, slipped into his own head for too long for a while. Oh, there he goes. It's okay, he's just sleeping. He'll still be around for the New Year's. Or not. Oh, now that's a time skip. That's the fastest I've seen it spin. That mood shift. All the way to April. And the pass is still closed. When you get here, she's gonna see Esther's smiling face again at least. Last letter, that means then she's not just going to visit Esther, she really is going to move to Prague. Now that she's physically destroyed the town, buried her dad, finished her mural. Oh, she's even taken down the painting of her mom, dad, and brother. Now, I know we were flirting with Natsuyu before, but don't tell us that he's actually our beau now. Nah, just a financier, something else with that. Thank him for everything. Baltus was at least nice to us. He gave us some lessons, we tinkered around. He gave us some beer when Dad was hurt. His friend what's his name, Werner? His friend Werner? A jerk. But Baltus himself, fine. Everything's so empty now. Is all this coming with? I'm assuming the chests are coming, but won't the printing press have to be disassembled, or are we leaving that behind for the next printer to move in? Sister Gertie's here? Oh no. Sister Gertrude's blocking us. I think so, thank you. We'll see, I know I'm ready to go. Hildegard. I tried to remember who in town was Hildegard. And I couldn't remember because there is no Hildegard. We could be polite, even to Mother Francisca as we leave. We're not going to see anyone here again anyway. Right, Utz? Is Utz coming with? Veronica... Oh, there's Utzi. You should come visit. Bring all the girls. At the very least, send Martha and Sister Suzanne. And unlike Andrea, she actually is going to write. It really did just send down the entire church. By Utz. Sister Emily, gotta have a new life outside of her cell. I can't proceed further till I talk to everyone. Think of some other use for this later. Oh, I can't use a map at all! Or the journal at all. Oh, that's from Empiricists. From a basic empirical mind. We still got people. Still got our glossary, just journal and map we won't get to use, we get to Prague. I'm amazed they were able to send us a pre-soaked clip with a snowfall. Oh, it is too late, Elias. We've gone all in on the pro-pagan route. The heretics with the Bohemians don't stand a chance. It makes him sound like some kind of a creeping vine. I'll keep my guard up, Father. Saint Moritz will protect me. No, we told the truth about that, I think. I don't know, Father. They have some interesting ideas. Is she gonna stay in Anchoress? In this ruin of a church? Just crawls in to sleep every night? Or is she gonna join the Poor Clares? Permanent speaking in purple now. It's alright now. Your home was destroyed. That was winter, it is spring now. Get some folksy wisdom to it. Doesn't know as a start that she wants to be again, then sure. But she's got options now. She just wrote the pen. What happened from there, that was all Father Thomas, just like the revolt was all Father Gurnot. Historiae Tassier Partuier. And I guess we gotta talk to Utsi. Before I do, I'm going to let him stand here, expectantly, waiting for me to get around to him. While I go pee. It's been 4 hours. Alright, Ults. Your turn now. Still calling me Mags. Otto. I could go full name on him. I think he's staying behind. He doesn't mind Utz. Utz it is. Otto, this is months and months later. Did you guys not talk to me during the entire winter? Lutz isn't coming with us. Only if he's fine with Prague, because we are out of here. If I were to marry anyone in this town, it would be you. Sweet boy. We got no, it's a little too late, and no, but being sweet on him. Come with me. That's what it comes down to. He's nice enough. When he wants to be nice enough. But we are out of town. We are gone. We are gone. We're gonna go see Esther and live with them. We're taking Martha and Sister Suzanne with us. If he wants to go, he goes on the list. But if he doesn't want to go, then it's goodbye for us. So the ball's in his court. Is he willing to make that sacrifice? Leave the town he knows, the Rat House Council, just to chase after Maggie? Or is that too big a step for him? Yeah, so what's it gonna be? Oops, what's it gonna be? It is a lot to ask, but that is a bare minimum. If you can't make that commitment, best of luck with Artemis or something. There's not many other girls in town. There's Martha. Martha's pretty nice too. I bet they make a cute couple. Then I guess he's no good at being a husband either for us. Can get better. Skill issue, let's see. Okay, now I can go to the mill. And have our goodbyes with the rest of the town. Yeah, this is it. One day I'll find a path out. Meister as well. Elsie needs help, but she's got friends. She's got the town. The town just needs to focus on her. The town needs to recognize that one of their own is hurting. They do take care of their own when they know that there's a hurt going on. Like how everyone pitched in for Klaus. A little smile at the end. Andreas? What do you mean, Andreas? He shaved? He cleaned up? But this is the horse. This is the cart. Are you telling me that we don't get to say goodbye to the entire rest of the town? Let me take a couple of quick reference shots. Okay. Is he coming with us? Is he coming to Prague? I'm sure he can't go back to Nuremberg. It's been 18 years since he was declared dead and his wife inherited everything and possibly remarried. Unless she is staying the Widow Mahler all her life. would have thought the veggies were still good. The whole garden they had. Do you think maybe it's him who let the pig out into the forest? I'm sure the pig's inconsequential, just somebody's pig got out. Just there to put some tension, show that the secular lord is just as cruel as Father Gurnot was. Andreas is staying in town, he's become a true Tassing man. I guess he could run the print shop. Maybe do art for the town. He's still got the talent, he was practicing in the chapter house. He spent 20 years chasing a mystery, and all he had to do was talk to Father Thomas, and Father Thomas explains everything. Oh, that was fine. As far as Dad is concerned. It was enough that she took up the mantle to put the fresco on the wall. He was already proud. He still has his orator background in play. If angels carried him down to bear witness, the heavenly host would have leapt at it. Kind of you to say, or now I know it's trying to make me feel better. Persuasion failed! Oh, that's for you. We covered all that we could for the town that we understood it, but once we're gone, you gotta make that future. I mean, kind of is. The moment this game stops, and I press quit game, Tassing vanishes. You're not gonna find it on any maps. It only exists so long as this computer here keeps running. And even then, it's in some medieval stasis in the mid-16th century. Can't even give a hug back, Andreas. Just hide in your arms limply. But can't say goodbye to the Gertners? To the Albans? Oh, Andy, you got a place in town. The print shop just opened up. And Elsie's still a looker. She's lost after Leonard's abuse. Doesn't deserve any of that. You could bring some more joy into her life, Mr. Hedonism background. He could stay as her art teacher. Oh yeah, there they are. Look at them painting on the walls. I didn't see them there. Paul is so much nicer than his dad. The one good thing in town, the one objectively good thing is Leonard dies. No place else to go, can't go back into town, can't go inside. All there is to do is to teach the kids the joys of paint. Oh, they're perfect artists already. Look at that. They got the windmill. There's people on the aqueduct. They got sheep. Is that a flying cat? Cow? Pig? It's got too long a tail for a flying pig. I think he's found his place. He could take joy in it. Oh, was that my mural? So given there doesn't seem to be any consequences really for how scandalous you make your mural, I totally could have made it as defiant as I wanted, or as I could have wanted. And even if these saints were truly Mars and Demeter, or Diana, still part of the town's history. It was their idea of the town's history as they understood it. Still fits. They got the Bavarians coming in. Okay, that is a bit more grim than I imagined it. Could have made it a bit more triumphant. A bit more, honorable, respectful if it was just Otto making his speech, I think. But there's a panel for the future. Oh, the inclusion of the Mithraeum. We told the truth about that. The rebellion could be a dismal, grim part of the history, but they got their own future to write, to show it being better than there, to show the improvement since. Alan Drucker in. Otto going from Tassing to Prague, as episode subline implies. He comes to us after all. Yo, Pete's still around. Ursula and Walter Christopher Rauch. Ooh. Didn't know that was an option. Vaslaw is burnt at the stake. Graf doing well for himself at least. Poor Vaslaw. Schmidt's doing very, very well for themselves. Oh, the shrine is in ruins though. Andreas making the future of the town then. Well, now there's still a space for the future. But for Vaslav, the guy just wanted peace for himself. I don't think there's any way we could have talked Vaslav out of his views. Not that it really matters, he was just exploring the different cosmological possibilities, poor guy. But that was Pentiment, and it goes without saying that it has moved me, and it's given me lots to think about these past couple of weeks. And all these poor pages are all waterlogged. That's fine. So I had been taking notes right on what all I could do differently the next time, but I'm wondering if I should even... I do want to do playthrough number 2, because this has given me so much to think about and want to see different. But I'm wondering if it's worth streaming the playthrough 2. Because we just go through, like, how many days straight of Pentiment, fun as they were. But even if I were to just mash through all the text we've seen before, it would mostly be the same up until critical parts. So I might enjoy my off time, but I do want to enjoy a second or maybe even third subsequent playthrough. I enjoy this role. I enjoy Tassing and the characters. They made a very fun game. You just sit there and spend like 15, 20 minutes listening to some sad housewife talk about her troubles. And then when she's done, we find another sad housewife. It's a beautiful game. The mystery is compelling, but really, they did the characters very well in this. Italian hand gesture consultant. So really can't believe they thought that this game would not be worth putting onto Steam for the longest time. Because this is quality. It's certainly not the first adventure game, the first narrative game, or the first stylized narrative adventure game. The game itself has confidence. They should have had more confidence in it then. We're kind of lucky that it came out at all for us computer folks. And glad that it did. So really, now that we've seen the mystery solved, what would I do differently? I do want to see about getting Ursula to grow up respecting the old ways of her grandfather. Maybe we could have found somebody else to blame in Act 1. Honestly, maybe Ferenc is the best one to sacrifice because as far as I can tell, relationships are going to strain between the Abbey and the town regardless. I don't think Ferenc would have killed though. And I don't think Sister Matilda would have either. Sister Matilda would have had lots and lots of reason. But I would have thought that if anybody knew about what happened with her, that Brother Wolslaw would have been the one to have taken matters into his own hands, because he cares about her a lot. He protects the women of the town for the Hanseer pilgrims. And if Matilda's note would have said where to go to meet in the chapter house, then Wolslaw would have known. I might have taken matters into his own hands. Or maybe it was Piotr after all. Nobody could keep secrets of this town. 2 is a tough one because I got lots and lots of material on Brother Guy, but then Brother Guy bugged out. I wonder what on earth would have been different if Brother Guy didn't bug out. Because I don't see Brother Guy as having... He was embezzling, but embezzling wouldn't have been enough to kill, I don't think. So for Act 2 would have had to go between Martin that everybody else wants dead as an easy scapegoat? Or to find some way to push it towards Hannah and Leonard? But I couldn't get Hannah to tell me everything, so I had smaller evidence on them, but they just wanted a name. It's quite possible that if I simply gave them a name, with or without evidence, it would have fine good enough, let's go for him. But I do have to wonder, the one thing that matters to me there, the book is closed this time. And no way to continue, that history is done. Wait a second, that history is done, right? So if I do new game, then we reopen the book. And then the first thing that we do is scrub out that old history again and start again. The way it links back over. I thought nothing got us the first time, but how annoying it is to have the mouse, have that analog sticks translate to mouse poorly. So you gotta repeatedly push and release and push and release. Whereas for an analog stick, you just click and push, or you just push it, it keeps going. But now that we have all from before, it makes sense then. You take all that history, then you scrub it off and you start all over. You make a new history. And who's to say that any one history that you play is any less true than the other, right? Isn't that the theme of the game? What truth do you make? Erase it all, start anew? Make it a bit more palatable? But that was nice, I like that, that was really, really good. But like I said, I'm on the fence. I think I might not actually stream second playthrough. Because it is pretty long to get through, even if I master the old parts and just pause on the newers. But also enjoy it. Just as much as I enjoyed this. But I think, now that we have cleared the game out, I think I'll call it there. And leave us to make our own histories. So for the time being, thanks for enjoying this game with me. Been very fun. Not sure what'll come next, though we do have exciting things coming in the future. Who's online now? There are actually not many people online this time of day that I follow. Even my recommended channels are kind of sparse right now. And nobody else playing Pentiment, so I can't even raid somebody else in the category. In that case, how about if my... Oh, I see somebody else is on right now. I see somebody else. I know exactly who we're going to raid then. We are going to do a very rare Hempuli raid. Sound good? That sounds good to me. So again, folks, thanks for hanging. Pentiment, very exciting game, love it, wish I played it sooner. Exactly worth all the praise everyone else gave it. So for now, stick around for the Hempuli raid, you guys take care of yourselves. And whatever the next game is, we'll see you guys the next time.
はちゃめちゃ忙しいスーパーヒーローお肉の手入れサインの練習空手チョップで 橋を渡ったら牛丼片手にダンシングロックンロール
強い
当たり前
素敵
そりゃそうさ
かわいい
照れるな
貴族
ガックン
手の突っ張りはいらんですよ。
言葉の意味はよくわからんがとにかくすごい自信だレスラー怪獣私が相手